right, folks, welcome back. 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 Du-du-du-du-du-du-du. Du-du-du-du-du-du-du. All right, that's enough. Hope you all are doing well as we get into our round two coverage of the 2019 PWBA Lincoln Open. Live from Sun Valley Lanes, my name is Emil Williams Jr. As always, it's my pleasure to be here with you. So, we'll see how players are looking to handle this 38-foot flat, 21.52 milliliter pattern here. The scores started to improve later in the block in round number one because it was a little tough earlier. And some had thought that, hey, this one's going to be low scoring throughout. But for the first time, maybe in at least my experience here on tour, this might be the most urethane I have seen going down the lane. At any given time on the PWBA tour, in my personal experience that I've seen with my own eyes. I've seen players, certain players use urethane. You know, I've seen Shannon Pluhowski use urethane. I've seen Verity Crawley use urethane. Last week or either the week before, Daria was using a little urethane. And really that's about it. That's all I've seen. New Wave Finn is using urethane currently. Danielle McEwen is using urethane. She's over on 21 and 22. I just saw another urethane ball going down the lane. I think it was Josie. Josie might be using urethane too. No, she's not. At least not on first shots. But there were a few more that I've seen just in a couple shots here this game. So be on the lookout for that. How long urethane might remain in play. I think that's the real question here. Kick off round two with Josie Barnes, Cindy Poletsky, Selena Henning Shannon, New Wave Finn, and Jazriel Tan. Summer Jasmine looks like maybe something that looks like urethane. It reacted like it. (23 and 24). Here's Nicole DePaul Miller, who almost made the 5-10 earlier in the previous frame. Along with Christine Gill. Jennifer Hokersack and Jordan Richard. Jordan Richard, your leader after the first 8 games. Daphne Tan, second. Richard at plus 187, Tan at plus 140. Julia Bond, third at plus 128. Sandra Gongora is fourth at plus 123. Dasha Kovalova, fifth at plus 117. Continuing on here, Danielle McEwen at plus 105, making your thing look pretty good right now. Seventh is Liz Culkin at plus 101. Shayna Ung is eighth at plus 98. Missy Park in ninth at plus 95. Diana Zavyalova is 10th at plus 90. Jody Golick, 11th at plus 83. Summer Jasmine, who you see on the left side of your screen. Oh, that ball is reading early. Plus 80 for Summer. Erin McCarthy is 13th at plus 77. Jane Sin, 14th at plus 72. Shannon O'Keefe is 15th at plus 69. Brianna Cote is 16th at plus 68. '17th, Valerie Bercier at plus 66. Jody Wessner was 18th at plus 60. 19th, tie for 19th with Deandra Asbeady and Katie Thornton at plus 56. Kayla Bandy, 21st at plus 55. Rebecca Whiting tied for 22nd with Nue Finn at plus 51. Daria Payon is 24th at plus 50. Bernice Lim is 25th at plus 48. Olivia Sandham, nice spare there for Caroline Lagrange. Nicely done. I was over on lane 22. Getting back to standings, Shailene Zulkifli, 27th at plus 45. I think I said Olivia Sandham was 26th at plus 46. Again, Zulkifli, 27th, plus 45. Josie Barnes is 28th at plus 37. Liz Johnson is 29th at plus 33. Alicia Current is 30th at plus 31. Stephanie Johnson is 31st at plus 28. Ashley Galante is 32nd at plus 26. Stephanie Schwartz is 33rd. Players are looking to get to 32nd or higher in these next 8 games. Once we're complete with 16 total. Those 32 players will move on to tomorrow morning's round of 32. Jezreel Tan is 34th at plus 21. Justine Falbo is 35th at plus 19. Lindsay Boomershine is 36th at plus 18. Danielle Vandermeer is 37th at plus 16. Caroline Lagrange is 38th at plus 12. shot from Nicole to Paul Miller. Motion with that hand. Something not quite right. Wrapped in for away. Danielle McEwen. Wow. Got it up the hill. That was probably about a half to a full board right. But it came speeding off the spot down lane, but just not enough. Hello, Scott. As let's see, Don mentioned, yes, the pairings list is under the, or can be accessed through the tournament information tab. It's also on pwba.com/live. I'm looking for Galante, and as mentioned also in the chat by Don, 31 and 32. First 4 games earlier today were a bit of a mixed bag. There were some low scores. A couple players looked to be able to figure some things out. One of them was Olivia Sandham. She's to our left. She did have the front 10 today. Shot 289. First open for Jordan Richard. Jay Rich, of course, the reigning rookie of the year. He's finished 5th and 13th. Those are kind of the two numbers where you don't want to be, if that makes any sense. And you say, well, what do you mean, Emil? Well, if you finish 5th in a standard event specifically, that means you just missed the step ladder. If you finish 13th in a standard event, that means you just missed the round of 12. And that's where Jay Rich was the last couple weeks, really just missing advancing into the next round. But nonetheless, certainly a good start for Jordan to the season. On Nicole, give it one more run. This is game 1 of round number 2. If you're just joining us, we have not missed much as in the 7th frame in our featured pairs 23, 24, 25, 26. We also have 4 additional channels. Hello, Jude. Checking in, everyone checking in. Let us know where you're watching from. Shannon Puhalski looks to be playing him a little further left. I just saw her strike. She's got a 4-bagger. She was, I don't know, about 3rd arrow. We're in that area with urethane. We saw her early in round number 1. I talked to Danielle McEwen and talked to her yesterday, I believe it was, and talked to D-Mac really just about what one I had talked to her. And I know that the first week didn't go too well, so, you know, I said, okay, I'll talk to her next week. Didn't really get a chance to talk to her last week either, so just wanted to check in, see how she was doing. You know, just going through her process. Feels like, you know, she was throwing it well, but, you know, that happens. The results aren't there sometimes, but so far so good here for D-Mac this week. Talk about just 10 back right there. That is how you'd want to do it every single time. Good shot there from Richard Double. Hey, Judy. Watching from Florida. Colin is watching from Queensland, Australia. Well, got a few players certainly to watch. I'm sure you know Colin. Rebecca Colby watching from Mississippi. Derek sends greetings from Lexington. I'm assuming that is Kentucky. indeed, Colin. She'll be bowling next week as well. Christine Gill. Although that ends a nice run. Former McKendree Bearcat is Christine. Christine hadn't been too far off the pace these last couple weeks, especially in Cleveland. She really came out the gate strong in round one that week. Excuse me, last week, I'm thinking of. Ended up finishing 50th, but that first few games you can kind of get an idea. Wow, okay, Christine Gill, new face to the tour. Her rookie year also. Well, after a minor blip in the 7th frame, Jordan Richard has gotten it together. 3-bagger and one more, looking to get into the 220s. With 9 on the fill. Look and sounds and the feels of an 8-pin left. Just a few lanes away. You can hear it. Shannon Sellens just left one. And it was mean. And Gill coming into your screen here. Week 1 winner, Josie Barnes. Shot. .217 for Jay Rich. Already, to me, seeing some higher scores here in game 1. Shell is in the building along with Russell Anderson. Summer has figured some things out. The middle portion of the game was not kind, and they could have ended the wrong way. All right, someone can get into the 2-0s. Have a quick combo, as you see here at the bottom left of your screen. She's actually talking to Nathan Bohr, the motor ball representative here. Six on the fill, 199 for Summer Jasmine. Nice break there for Jen Hokersack. Talked about Jen's story a little bit. Jen is planning on bowling at least 9 events. Arizona and California might be a bit tough for her, but she does plan to make an appearance at the U.S. Women's Open. Years old is Jen Hokersack. Stumbled upon the U.S. Women's Open. Last year, flipping through the channels, came across CBS Sports Network. Her backstory: graduating from the University of Connecticut in 2000, and had planned to go out on tour. And when she felt she was ready, certainly. Of course, the tour had folded at that point. Flipping the channels again last year, comes across the tour and says, hey, I've got to, this is my shot. I got to give it a whirl, and here she is. Final shot here, game 1 for Cindy Poletsky. I think Shannon shoots 134. Way shoots 179. Tan shoots 187. Josie Barnes shoots 208. 131 for Poletsky. Now to game 2. One pair over. So this pair, this group, Birgit Poplar, Justine Falbo, Olivia Sandham, Danielle McEwen, Caroline Lagrange, they move one pair right, as does the pair that was just on 23 and 24. They move one right as well. Game 2 is underway, folks. Well, we got some items on the ticker. We don't have a projector up that is showing the scores. It should normally take place during a round, actually every round. The venue, 32 lanes, and every lane is in use, so the ticker is rolling across the screen. So you can see after 9 games, Jordan Richard still in the lead. Justine Falbo now has moved into the 32nd spot. 18-15 for 9. Plus 15 for Falbo. And we get a chance to see Justine here this game. Couple of notable scores here. Danielle McEwen shot 257 in game 1 this afternoon, or this evening, beg your pardon. Julia Bond shot 232. Sherry Tan shot 243. Verity Crawley, 235. Crawley at -10. And right now a few spots away, obviously, of 32nd. The names that, let's see, what else we got here. Right now, and big thanks to John Lucido. John provides like a scoring update through all of the scoring machines here locally. And it's almost like a pretty cool double check, so to speak. So that way when Kathy is getting the scores from all of our volunteers here locally, there's a cool double check that can take place, which is pretty instant. So big thanks to John Lucido. Right now, your top 5 is, again, Jordan Richard, Danielle McEwen, Julia Bond, Dasha Kovalova, and Liz Colkin. Richard now at plus 204. McEwen at plus 162, Bond at plus 160, Kovalova at plus 129, Colkin at plus 119. your tournament leader, Jordan Richard, with 3 in a row to start game 2. Oh, good run at it there from Justine. The elbow went to Maryland Eastern Shore. Of course, her sister Tania went there as well. So that's where she started. So then it ended at Central Missouri. 5 in a row for Jordan Richard. Nicely done. And I love the emotion Holkersack showed on that spare as well. 210. I would see Danielle just kind of doing a few practice swings, getting into her zone, getting into her process. As we see Olivia Sandham, she's got a few fans. Her husband Daniel is here. And a support system with Monty, Anda here as well from St. Joseph, Missouri. Nice trip four for Justine. Excuse me, if I recall correctly, between her and her sister Tania, and of course their parents, I believe their parents have always owned a restaurant, or at least have for a long time. I believe it's been in the family. And those two are either have been in the process, certainly would want to take over the business. I remember reading a very nice story about that. And I'm all about food and restaurants, so if I ever get a chance, I certainly would make a nice visit.
talked about standings already. But we'll go over them again. Just in case you're curious, if you're certainly just joining us here. Jordan Richard leading the way at plus 204. Danielle McEwen second at plus 162. Julia Bond third at plus 160. Dasha Kovalova fourth at plus 129. Liz Culkin fifth at plus 119. Liz Culkin fifth at plus 119. Sandra Gongor was sixth at plus 116. Missy Parkin seventh at plus 113. Daphne Tan eighth at plus 112. Shayna Ung ninth at plus 84. Summer Jasmine 10th at plus 79. Again, Justine Falbo 32nd currently at plus 15. Caroline Lagrange. I think she has certainly opened up some eyes. Her first 2.5 weeks now on tour. Lagrange at minus 12 through 9 games. Appreciate everyone's assistance, including certainly Brant. My man Brant Houghton in the chat. And viewers trying to help others. Some notes to take and report back on. See, there's a really good angle of where D-Mac is playing, Danielle McEwen. There was not a lot of that going on in round number 1. I just didn't see it. I did hear that Danielle was throwing urethane a little bit early in the round. But perhaps Carey wasn't the best sometimes, but it's been great so far here. All right, no trip 2 there, but still in good shape. Frame for Jordan in the 8th. Summer Jasmine trying to double up. Lagrange, nice split there. 310 pickup. It's hard to throw it better than that. It really is when you watch Jordan Richard. Nice split. I think that was Josie Barnes. Just picked up a 2-4-10. Very good. Poplar had a nice week last week in the Twin Cities. She finished 7th, speaking of Poplar, and had an opportunity to make the step ladder. All of a sudden, carry has become, for some, non-existent. Poplar has made a nice move left here. It's only game 2. Let's see what where she's at the arrows. About 16, 17 looked like. And she wraps at 10. We'll see where she will be in a few games. I'm speaking of Poplar and lay down point, where she is targeting wise. Kind of a really clear contrast. So you saw where Birgit was playing on this right lane. Speaking of 24 specifically, 224 for Richard. And then you look at what Danielle McEwen is doing with your thing. And I think that's just more about for both. You know, just being comfortable right now. Four pin there for Sandham. And Liv has been sparing him here in this game, especially the back quarter. 9-spare, 9-spare strike. Now another 9-spare opportunity. Poplar trying to get to 206 if she can. Double would put her in the 2-0s. Here again, a PWBA champion. Had lots of success at the USBC Queens in 15. Wow, wow. Over on lane 27. I feel that everything, I don't know if it was a 4-pin, but everything that maybe could be sent at a pin was sent, and it just twirled and never fell for New Wave Fin. Poplar made the show at the 2016 Queens, finishing 4th. Won the PBA, PWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles event in 2017 with Jason Sterner. Falbo trying to save 180 here. Be a very good save. especially where she is in the standings at plus 15 right now, the number. Gongora over to our left off camera. One more, she'll be in the 240s. Poplar, it's going to be, it's going to finish with 195. It's interesting, as good as Danielle has thrown it. Talked about carry. Didn't have that much of a problem with that, with carry specifically in game one this round. But now one more to get into the 2-0s. Falbo has done an excellent job of saving a game. Three splits, certainly, but back four for 188, you'll take it. Wow. And that barely fell. For Lagrange. Caroline graduated again from Wichita State, 2006. Husband Mark, two children, Brandon and Brianne. Ages 4 and 2. Two-time World Cup champion. In 2013, 2009, intercollegiate team champion with Wichita State in 2005. All right, 201 for Caroline. Sandham, big double. That puts her in the 190s. Well, this entire cross here. Should be 3 190s on lane 23, a 188 and a 201 on 24. And there were plenty of good shots thrown. All right, 193 for Sandham, and we're on to game number 3. We are on to game 3 here, folks. Don't forget, as you are perusing Bull TV and not only watching the PWBA, but when you're not, checking out some other content on the site, definitely want to check out the lab. Stop on by. Visit with Team USA head coach Rod Ross as he breaks down several Team USA players in this new series. The video room. Rod is a good dude. He really is. He's funny. And if you ever have a conversation with him, I think you would certainly get what I'm talking about. Part of what Rod does is also break down. He also writes a blog for the video room also. So be sure to check all of that out at the in the lab. That's where you want to be. All right, making their way over to our featured pairs here. Shannon Pluhowski, or excuse me, yeah, Shannon Pluhowski, Lee Jane Sin, Danielle Vandermeer, Dasha Kovalova, and Shalin Zulkifli. And over on 25 and 26, Esther Chia, Sandra Gongora, Katie Thornton, Daria Payonk, and Shannon Sellens. Opening double for Zulkifli. Sidney Jean, I believe, coming off a third place finish at the Malaysian Open. Jane with the 4-7-10. There's Sellens. Wow. Talk about some friction. Important to note that again the pattern is flat. So if you miss left early, it's going to go left. There's also some situations where we've seen later in the block this morning. If you miss right early, you also could be in trouble too. That ball just never read for Daria. Interesting. Let's take a look at some standings here. Just not updated yet online, to my knowledge. But we'll check that for you, just to be sure. Oh, and it is. How about that? Plus 228 for Jordan Richard. Sandra Gongora is in second at plus 163. Danielle McEwen third at plus 154. Julia Bond is fourth at plus 153. Deandra Asbeatty is tied for fifth with Missy Parkin at plus 118. Liz Colkin, 7th at plus 111. Dasha Kovalova, 8th at plus 89. Summer Jasmine, 9th at plus 85. Daphne Tan is 10th at plus 84. Jasmine Snell now 32nd at plus 21. Verity Crawley has come out strong here this round. 235, 247 for Verity Crawley. And that brings her to 25th at plus 37. Crawley began this block at minus 45. And that was good for 60th place. And now in the number after 2 games here tonight. Again, 235, 247 for Crawley. You know she can strike. I'm curious to where she's playing the lanes and if she's using urethane. Let's see where Verity might visit us on our featured pairs here. Verity Crawley. Let's see here. Well, it's going to be a few games before we get a chance to see her. She'll be here in game 6, but right now she is on channel 11 through 14. And looks like minus game 8, she'll be on for the remainder in regards to some type of camera for the remainder of the evening. Meanwhile, Payo, trouble. Might be time to make a ball change. Couple 2 for 8-10s. And just 2 for Daria. Well, Vandermeer looking for 4 in a row. Tanya Raumemper has 5 in a row over on 19 and 20. Buy from Lincoln, Nebraska, Sun Valley Lanes. Friday night. There was, let's see, graduation. I believe ceremonies. Not sure if all of them, but at least one. Because Julia Bond was a part of one. Last week. commencement, or excuse me, the undergraduate commencement was May 4th, last Saturday. They actually have two, or had two, I should say. The College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources, Architecture, Business, Fine and Performing Arts, Journalism and Mass Communications, Public Affairs and Community Service. That took place, that undergraduate commencement ceremony took place in the morning. And then the College of Arts and Sciences, Education and Human Sciences and Engineering happened in the afternoon. The graduate commencement took place on Friday afternoon last week. So, of course, relatively quiet as we are here this weekend. I'm sure summer classes have commenced. I did see a few students and made a brief run to Walgreens yesterday for a few minutes and saw a few students kind of walking around. A lot of recommendations on in regards to places to go and check out here in Lincoln as well. Although half of them have left my mind currently. But one for sure that I've yet to attend or check out is Ibonic Home. And I'm guessing the hours won't allow me to. There's a small chance on Sunday, very small chance. We do have a regional event too, by the way, folks. So if you know someone who might be interested and, you know, who could want to give the PWBA tour a go in a developmental kind of smaller scale, regional program is certainly for them. Carry still is troublesome for some players here. Be sure to check us out on social media too, folks, if you have not already. Nice spare for Kovalova. Oh my. Goodness gracious. I mean, just whipped the pin over to that 7 and it went right in front of him. Unbelievable. So again, if you know someone, folks, averaging 180 or higher, live in the general vicinity of Lincoln, Nebraska, may want to give it a whirl. Still got some entries available for tomorrow. Bowling starts at 9 a.m. here at Sun Valley Lanes. Good question I've got for everyone that is watching in the chat. And, for those who may have, when did I say this? I'll have to confirm with Aaron when I said that I would commit to bowling 4 tournaments in the in this season, or I should say this year, beg your pardon, the year of 2019. And I would commit to bowling 4 tournaments, trying to get back into it. And I felt pretty good about that statement. Pretty sure I said this early in 2019. Then, of course, we get into some travel, a couple of events. I actually did something to my knee that is still not somewhat good. And so I hadn't practiced in quite some time. The last 3 events I have brought and traveled with a one bowling ball, and some shoes, and a 2-ball tote. I've traveled with on the plane, off the plane, on the plane, off the plane, through the airport, into the car, etc. Have yet to throw a bowling ball since in the last 3 weeks. And so my question is, what are your bowling goals? And maybe the goals were accomplished in 2000 or the 18-19 season, since league, most fall leagues, there's some long-running fall leagues out there. So if you're still bowling in the fall league, you may need to talk to your president. I assume many of you are into summer competition. If you are, and some don't, they like to bowl summer competition. And I certainly understand that at the age that I am now. So, nonetheless, what are your goals? What are you looking forward to? Again, maybe it's next bowling season you're looking forward to these goals. Or maybe it's let's just call it the rest of 2019. Let me know in the chat. I want to know what your goals are. I'm still on the 4 tournament situation. I'm still going to commit to that. So Keepley, 4 in a row. Shaolin has figured some things out here. It's a good look at Sandra Gongora on 25. I feel that, and obviously the scores would say that she's had a really good look. But I just think she's just a bit more aggressive, I think, today. Really gonna, to me, it looks like she's going after it. Meaning kind of not taking no for an answer, so to speak. This pair has been troublesome for Dasha. Not the finish that Shannon certainly wanted. Open, open. In the 9th and 10th. Esther Chia. Gonna leave just a 6-pin there. And Dash almost covered another one. We've got some trivia questions dialed up for you, or at least one. So stay tuned for that after this game. Brandon Howden will run that across your cool video screens. Thornton to chop the 10 out. Well, Katie's been around the number. Right now, minus 15. So looking to make a nice move here if she can. Can Kovalova finish strong? She can on the right lane. The left lane has not been kind. 7-2 in the 8th. Tough 6 spare, but she made it in the 6th. Split in the 4th. All right, Thornton's going to be in the 230s. Let's take a look at some of these goals that some have typed. Chris said he had 2 main goals. Try to get to 200 average. And to get into a tournament. Chris, I will ask what you mean by that. Is Zulkifli week 10 there. And now Shaolin will be looking at 240. Meaning when you say get into a tournament, meaning just enter the tournament, compete. Nonetheless, I like your summer goals, though. Get some lessons and bowl in a couple more tournaments. Kim accomplished her first goal, made the step ladder at the National Golden Ladies. I believe that's what that acronym is about. And match play at the Senior Queens, which you certainly did. I saw that one. Next goal, cashing in Sonoma and the PWBA region. I like all of those goals. One more for Daria here, and that would put her in the 2-0s. Shannon, I think, is trying all. Daria did double up, and for Payonk at plus 14 right now, 33rd, 7 out of the number. She will get to plus 22 with a strike. Wow. Off balance. And still gets it done. Oh, way to conquer, way to grind it out, Dasha. Way to conquer this left lane. Again, we saw that with, who else was it? Justine Falbo earlier. Back four for 188. Kovalova here can go back four for 179. And I mean, you know, with the way the cut number is currently, the way it's been trending, saving games at, you know, the 188s, the 179s can go a long way. Now, Dasha in a different situation. She's an eighth at plus 89. And so, you know, at the moment, obviously not in danger, but you never know. Can't take anything for granted. Good perseverance there. Meanwhile, Zulkifli 270, or excuse me, 245, I beg your pardon. Hewen got to 223. Thanks for that, Chris. I do recall that combo where mentioning that you hadn't bowled really at all, and certainly in an event in that many years. So, hey, the annual event for your local association, that's certainly a good one, and then obviously able to support the association at the same time. 180 for Lee Jane Sin, and we're on to game number 4. Trivia time. It is indeed trivia time, unless maybe I missed trivia. I just didn't see it appear. All right, here it is. How many Nebraska alums are in the field bowling 2019 PWBA Lincoln Open? Oh, we got some people going at that answer. We will share this answer. Oh no, Bray might want to run that one again. Sal says 6. Sal, you didn't vote. But he said 6. All right, folks, game 4 is off and running. Jackie Evans. I don't think we've seen Jackie Evans so far in our featured pairs. Oh, Chris. Jackie Evans will be in that Rookie of the Year conversation too. Samantha Kelly, Missy Parkin, Brooke Bauer, Tanya Raumemper, and Bernice Slim over on 25 and 26. Excuse me, I apologize. Let me give you a score update. Before I had to have a very small break. Well, at least I plan to do that. Maybe. And just like that, John Lucido has handed me some newfound results. Apologize for that brief delay, folks. Believe it or not, I've noticed something. Well, I don't know if I figured anything out, but something that I thought was an anomaly now might be a trend, and I'm on the hunt of figuring it out. Nonetheless, what is not an anomaly is Jordan Richards' bowling abilities. .217, .224, .239. First 3 games here tonight. That brings her total to .2467. For 11 games at +267. She is in the lead. Sandra Gongora still in second. She dropped a pin, shot 199. She'll be at +162. Julia Bond third at +132. Danielle McEwen is fourth at +131. Jazriel Tan is fifth at +119. Deandra Asbeatty is sixth at +113. Erin McCarthy seventh at +107. Daphne Tan is eighth at +98. Kayla Bandy is moved into ninth. Well, Kayla went from 17th to 9th with the 233 game. At +96 now she sits. Missy Parkin is 10th at +95. Verity Crawley has gone 235, 247, 257. 740. First 3 games for Crawley. Last week's runner-up. Now at +94. Boomershine is 12th at +92. Culkin 13th at +86. Tan 14th. Sherry Tan, that is, at +79. Olivia Sandham 15th at +75. Dasha Kovalova now 16th at +68. We'll skip on down to 32nd. That number is now a tie for the final spot. Grummett and Galante at +26. 1 pin back is Alicia Curran at +25. 2 pins back, Golick +24. 3 pins back, Thornton +23. 4 pins back, Bernice Lim and Daria Payón at +22. Tonight we definitely could have a tie. We definitely could have a tie tonight. James Ward throwing out some shortcuts. Control plus F5. Okay, my man. I see you. Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to take a quick break while I can and go hydrate. And I'll be back in a moment. Please enjoy the sounds, the natural sounds of pins hitting the, or balls hitting pins. That is one thing that I've come to learn, is that during bowling live streams, viewers do not generally like, not all, the sound of complete silence. Natural sound, or nat sound as they call it in the biz, is much preferred as opposed to silence. I certainly could understand that. That is why the world invented crowd mics. All right, back in a moment, folks. This is Game 4 here on Bowl TV.
anyway, because as I move deeper, it's harder and harder for it to round the corner. So probably is my next move. I'm gonna throw this one just so I know kind of where it was. But yeah, I think I'm half a game away from pinky, if not less.
Well, especially if you're not having trouble clearing it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I do agree that that's a pretty nice reaction.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna throw it here. If it's, you know, still a good reaction. If I leave a puff 10, I'd go to pinky.
Game 4 complete. Game 5 on the way. Got myself a snack coming. And we talked about trivia answers on the way. And they should be appearing soon. Of course, the question was how many Nebraska alums are competing this week? The answer was 17. Nicely done. By 11 of you good people. Right, so Schwartz, Bolton, Evans, and Zabialova move over one pair. Rebecca Whiting, Kayla Pashina, Sydney Brummett, Marina Sabo, and Aaron McCarthy. On 23 and 24. Tabitha, I'm going to have a grilled cheese. They had a very nice lunch by from Sun Valley here. So for today, I feel like I'm really on schedule as far as eating is concerned. And it's probably because I ate breakfast. And then I kind of ate around noon. And I ate again after the block was over. And now it's time to eat again. All right, DZ.
Now that I think about it, I should ask for a tomato. Evans gets a nice break. Jackie Evans, again, she missed last week for finals. Diana Z, let's see, first couple of events. She finished 13th in Cleveland. Didn't go very well last week, tied for 55th. Wow, I can't break down the split. After 11 games, she was 27th at plus 38. According to the standings, she shot 200 even. And remains right now at plus 38 if that is correct. Stephanie Schwartz at plus 44. Again, according to the running totals on the scoreboards. Well, I tell you, this staff here at Sun Valley Lanes. I ordered some, and I didn't even order with Brett this time, and he still brought the food to the platform for me. Unbelievable. Maybe I'll make this a tradition here, what I'm doing currently. I said it earlier, after I took my first break, I'd come back after sitting on the great platform that Sun Valley has here. But then I come back and would just stand in the back of the platform and use my height to my advantage and just watch the monitor. And that's what I'm doing now. And then at some point soon here, I'll start eating before it gets a little cold. First here, we've got Marina Sabo. Everyone clean here on 23 and 24 through almost 3 full complete frames. Jordan Richard continues to lead him. The way it's looking, you know, barring anything crazy, Jordan's very likely to lead, be your overall leader heading into tomorrow's round of 32.
Six pin just kind of lays in the channel. Right in front of the 10 for Zavyalova. See some of the stats after leaves on the scoring machines here. These are Cubica AMF scoring machines. Scoring system as Bolton gets a break. Cubica AMF, one of our certainly proud sponsors. And the PWBA Tour. Plus 279 is the number for Jordan Richard. Plus 279, that's where she leads. Plus 154, Sandra Gongora is second. SG is kind of keeping it even for the most part today for this block. Actually, she's still plus overall, I should say, this block. But the 3 remaining games, she shot 247 in game 2 this round. But game 1 was 193, game 3 199, game 4 192. So aside from the 240, SG around even here. Julia Bond is third at plus 143. Jazreel Tan is fourth at plus 130. Missy Parkin fifth at plus 126. Danielle McEwen is sixth at plus 125. Aaron McCarthy seventh at plus 121. Deandra Asbeatty eighth at plus 115. Lee Jane Sin is ninth at plus 114. And Verity Crawley is 10th at plus 106. Olivia Sandham has bowled well here, round number 2. She's at plus 102. Shayna Ung has made her way to plus 100. Nice 248 game 4 this block. Caleb Andy working hard here to make a round of 32 this week in 13th at plus 74. Lindsay Boomershine is 14th at plus 70. Alicia Current 15th, the two friends there, two best friends. Boomershine and Current 14th and 15th respectively. And just one pin back, or one pin separates the two. Bernice Slim at 16th at plus 68. Some names that were, let's see, Summer Jasmine was a bit higher in the standings. She's now 18th. Jody Wessner now 17th. Valerie Bercier in the number right now, along with Sherry Tan. Dasha Kovalova has dipped to plus 55. Hasn't gone too well here for Dash. She was 8th at one point, now to 21st at plus 55. So the grind is happening. I talked to some folks along my path to hydration and back here to the booth, and it's gotten a little grindy out there, if you will. And players did elect to kind of begin things, you know, left of where they started round 1 and maybe closer towards, you know, where they ended. Trying to think ahead, and yeah, if you get left too early on this, it's going to present issues. Let's take a look at, let's see, 32nd right now. He is wow, hold on, wait a minute. Looks like plus 30. Is that what's on the ticker? Let's see. Let's make sure I'm right. I'm reading the right thing. That is correct. Plus 30. There's a tie. Brianna Cote and Stephanie Johnson currently at plus 30. Shannon O'Keefe right now on the outside looking in. She has yet to shoot 200 this game. 193, 190, 197, 173. A lot of 190 games here in round number 2. Sydney Brumman just 4 pins back of the number, right behind her tour roommate Brianna Cote. She sits at plus 26. Lot to be determined. Couple players, couple folks coming in. Just kind of checking things out. A lot of fans in attendance here in Lincoln. Understanding what's in their backyard. By the way, you heard me mention earlier about certain recommendations, restaurants, and various things to check out here. Ibonicone, I mentioned for some good ice cream. They close at 10 o'clock. Even they close at 10 on Sundays. So might have to visit that. Should be done at a pretty decent time, and after packing up and riding and everything else we'll do on Sunday, should have some decent time. Good shot at it there from Rena. I'll be driving to Omaha on Sunday in preparation for an early flight Monday morning. I need to remember to check out Sunday. Some good information here in the chat being shared. I feel Tabitha at some point is going to give it a go here on tour, bowl an event or two, and Kim giving some good advice. Nice shot from Pashina. And there went the Dutch 200 opportunity. Good question, Barbara. Let's take a look at the standings. Kelly is minus 51. She has gone 184, 186, 191. Here in round number 2, she was minus 12 after 8 games this morning. So, still a few games left, not completely out of it, certainly. I talked to Kelly, let's see, when did I see her? Wednesday? Maybe? Early Thursday. But she was here early. She had a tough travel day on Wednesday. And so was actually supposed to be here a little bit earlier. A little TV training. But when she got here Thursday, she was mentioning she was going to do a little work on her grip. And yet found the right feel that she's been looking for. She was out there figuring some things out with Cecil Scarborough, who was our player services representative. Kelly went out and did some practicing on Thursday, but one thing I know, Kelly's still going to give herself the best chance. She did that last week, I feel, as well, if my memory serves correct. She has made the round of 32, the first couple of events.
like your jersey.
Thank you. I was like, we're in Nebraska. So I doubled, it was great.
Yeah,
And
I
then
saw
went,
the. I saw the.
yeah, and it was light 4-pin, 2-pin, 8-pin. Then what happened? 3-6, 2-8. Yeah, we don't know. I
Do you
don't
have
know.
like a bigger cup that's shinier?
I mean, like Halo. Really? I feel like you can't
Shiny,
see
right?
it so weird.
It's shiny, right?
I
No, exactly. It'll smooth it out. Sit. Or you can go back to that winner. I think you can ball up and be a little more open to the front. You really gotta.
So then I went to phase 2 and it was fine. I don't know if I should just go back to that winner.
I mean, this is gonna be a taller pin, so it's gonna go quicker.
That's pretty good. Just going back through the going back through the chat here the last couple minutes. All right, Sydney Brummett able to get something going here in the ninth. She's had a quick combo with one of her ball reps, Matt McNeil. Tapialovich at 192. Jackie Evans struggled that game. 149, 209 for Stephanie Schwartz. Well, let's see if Elise Bolton here can finish this game out. Nice shot there for Bolton. Elise trying to make a run. Right now at minus 91. Elise, the Cleveland Regional Open champion. She has one of 4 available spots for the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. Be a participant in the Regional Showdown specifically. Wow. Another pin that just does not get the job done. Bouncing back off the curtain, nonetheless. Bolton, again, one of the 4. You do have to be a PWBA member to advance to the Go Bowling Regional Showdown. If a non-member to win a regional, essentially that final spot, there wouldn't be one for that event. That final spot would then go to to the tie-break situation, which will be based on
Making this worse because you're increasing.
I almost want to say pins, total pinfall, but I've got to double check that.
Sometimes it's very hard to give the lanes what they want. Sometimes it is. And as a bowler, like I always said, if I bowl, when I was bowling a lot, if I bowl 25, let's say I bowl 52.
Hello to, let's see, Chris Sharita checking in.
Think about this. I bowled half the weekend, 26. Okay. I won.
Ho ho. Sid was saying, okay, please stop doing something. It struck. But Sheena wants to see it go left. Nearly a pocket 710. Chris, it's a good comment in the chat in regards to Sandra Gongora. One of the best, I think, in my opinion, best physical games that that you will see on the PWBA tour. Been a bit of a struggle as we documented for Gongora, but in control and well on her way to round of 32 at least here this week in Lincoln. McCarthy. 4-pin stands. 38 feet the distance this week in 21.52 milliliters of oil. Liz Culkin shot 230 over on 19 and 20. Well, afraid I was referring to Sandra Gongora. Excuse me. Whiting started well. Corn on the 6-pin. That's a good question, Chris. As Game 5 is officially complete and no bowling on, it's a good chance to talk about that question. in my experience, it does, most centers. Well, I don't know about. It depends on the center. I would say A, but I do think most are still relatively accommodating. If you are sharing kind of what your goals are. Hey, I'd like to get better, and I would really enjoy bowling on, something a little tougher sport conditions for practice. Is there an opportunity? Maybe there's a day or a specific time that you guys can work something out, and that could happen. I would say not all, but I think most would be accommodating to that type of thing, especially in a center that may already have sport leagues or that might host events, host various tournaments. I don't know what's close to you, Chris, but it sounds like obviously the closest, or at least a house, a center that did do something like that previously has made some changes. So if there's anything else close to you, I would certainly give a call, or certainly come on up to the bowl. I've heard stories where, players have to move, excuse me, not move, but drive varying distances to, get to a center that, would lay down some sport conditions, for example. So, yeah, I know that situation certainly does exist. While we have a few moments, folks, if you haven't seen it on social media, but we posted Nick Hoagland's recaps. He's going to do a pattern recap basically every week. Cleveland is up on PWBA social as well as the Twin Cities. And so, while we have a few moments, let's take a look and listen in as Nick documents what took place last week in the Twin Cities.
Hello, PWBA fans, and welcome to our second week pattern debrief for the 2019 PWBA Tour. I'm Nick Hoagland, the lane maintenance director for the PWBA Tour and also for the United States Bowling Congress. Last week we were at Cedarvale Lanes, a proud supporter of competitive bowling for a long time. I wanted to thank Brent Prentice and his entire staff for a great week for the women's tour and thank them for hosting the tournament again this year. Interesting kind of fun facts about Cedarvale. It was built in 1979, right at the end of the Brunswick Astro installation phase, and those centers traditionally are not known for great carry. We'll kind of get into the scoring pace in a little bit. Fun fact, they have had 3 lane surfaces in 40 years. It was built in 1979, and not one of the lane surfaces was wood. So they originally had Brunswick Anne Boleyn armor plate for about 20 years until 1999. They had AMF HPL 9000 until last fall in 2018 when they installed Brunswick Pro Anne Boleyn. And want to thank Brent and his staff for actually installing lanes 5 and 6 last year, the night before I arrived to do pattern testing. It was pretty neat. We threw the first shots down those lanes to make sure that they were in great shape for the telecast, which would happen a month later. So as far as the pattern goes, last week I mentioned that I had done patterns and oiled lanes at Cedarvale 20 years ago. And for last week, we actually decided to use the exact same pattern that I used 20 years ago in the 1999 Midwest PBA Regional. it played fantastic. We used the same volume, obviously used different oils than we did back then. We used fire and ice last week, a combination. We used fire oil on the forward pass, which is when the machine is going towards the pin deck, and used ice on the way back. And what that did, it allows the ice oil to sort of carry down into the fire oil. And besides topography, I think you saw a lot of the pairs play differently last week, and that to me also is due to the fact that that ice oil was moving around the lane in different spots depending on where the ladies chose to play the lanes. You heard on the Bull TV webcast that the pair-to-pair there was very different last week, and that caused the ladies to have to change their game from pair-to-pair. Just another note, ratio doesn't always mean indicativeness of scoring pace. Week 1 in Cleveland, the ratio was 2.11, and last week it was 2.55. So technically an easier pattern on the lane last week in Minneapolis, but let's talk about the scoring pace difference. The leader in qualifying in Cleveland averaged 242.88. Last week in Minneapolis, 216.63. 26 pins a game on technically an easier pattern on paper. That just goes into lane surface, but more importantly, pin carry. Brent installed brand new pins again, and for the women's tour, which is fantastic. But combine the new sticks along with the fact that Brunswick Astro installations from that era just aren't great carrying, and you saw the scoring pace really level out. To get to the show last week, it only took 211 average. The week before, it was 226. So as we talk about this every week, a lot of different variables go into scoring pace. It's not just the ratio of the pattern that's on the piece of paper, which is posted in the locker room. This week, the Tours Bowling at another great proprietor center, John Lucido's Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. John has hosted just about everything in competitive bowling: PWBA, Intercollegiate National Championships, World Bowling. He's the host of the 2020 U.S. Open in February of next year. And also he was, although he didn't own the center at the time, Sun Valley Lanes was where Jeremy Sonnenfeld bowled the first 900 series in sanctioned competition that was approved. And a little fun fact that Jeremy actually did that bowling on 3 different pairs of lanes in that center, not all in the same pair. So we'll be using again one of the 4 remaining patterns on the pattern scorecard. We went long the first week and medium the second week. We'll see what we do this week. And we'll talk to you on the other side of the PWBA Lincoln Open. Thanks for following us, and thanks for supporting the PWBA Tour.
All right, good people of Earth. Big thanks to all right, let's try that again. Big thanks to Nick Hoagland for his expertise and talking about last week's pattern. All right, we have bowling going on now, certainly on 25 and 26. Liz Culkin, Taylor Boltice, Megan Zapansky, Kayla Bandy, and Verity Crawley. This round has belonged to Verity. Want to say hello? Excuse me, man. I don't know what just happened. That was kind of a hiccup, but not really. Anyway, want to say hello to Crystal Resop. Hope all is well, Crystal. It's been a little bit. Crystal, former Lindenwood Lion. Game 6 of 8 here tonight. Nicole Bauer, Stephanie Martins. Along with Aaron Zaprinsky. Liz Johnson and Jen Higgins. That's right, James. 50 spots is a lot. That's impressive. You never see Verity without a flower in her head when she's bowling. It's kind of, that's her thing. Everyone has a thing, generally. Ho, 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 ho. When it is going your way, it is going your way. Carrying 7-10s when we didn't see that once today, especially earlier this morning. updated standings after 5 games here this evening. And now, let's see, that would be, what, where are we at? 13 total? Jordan Richard. Well, just continuing. Now out to plus 305. Wow. Jay Rich. I would agree also with that, James. Maybe. I talked about it on last week's step ladder finals. Just the be me hashtag for Verity. And she says she has done that. I did not see, that's about the only thing, I didn't see where she was playing at earlier, and I'm just curious, but I know she was throwing urethane. Found that out. Verity has shown before her tendencies to strike and to strike at will. St. Petersburg always comes to mind when I think about Verity and strikes. She threw 23 in a row last year at Seminole Lanes in Seminole, Florida. Well, Liz tried hard to get that one out, get that 9-pin to go. Zaprinsky. Aaron from Tinley Park, Illinois. Liz Johnson from Palatine, Illinois. Two opposite ends of the spectrum in regards to location, but they both are Chicago suburbs, just in different parts on the map. Liz a little bit more northwest. Aaron southwest. Mike Dole checking in. Mike is giving me, I mean, he's not giving me trouble, but he basically saying what he's saying. Talk about suburbs and suburban Chicago. I always used to tell him. I used to just always tell people, especially in college, hey, if you're not from Chicago, don't be saying you're from Chicago. Rockford doesn't count, as an example. James commenting on the score update from the Team Singapore coaching staff to my left, watching Daphne Tan on 21 and 22. Again, after 13, it is the Jordan Richards show up top for sure. Plus 305. She's in the lead, and at this point, certainly looks like she is going to hang on to the top spot for the round of 32, which begins tomorrow. Sandra Gongora is second. Plus 184, Julia Bond third at plus 157, Jasril Tan fourth at plus 142. Aaron McCarthy is fifth at plus 139. Macy Parkin sixth at plus 130, Danielle McEwen seventh at plus 126. Eighth, as James mentioned, Verity Crawley. Wow. Tied with Lee Janeson at plus 120. And 10th is Olivia Sandham at plus 111. briefly getting back to the standings, just the cut number. And of course, it's been scrolling on the ticker, but it is Liz Johnson. Liz working hard here at plus 31. Lot of names around this number. We'll just start at 29th because it's the first one on my list right now. Kayla Bandy at plus 37. Jody Wessner. Bandy 29th. Wessner 30th at plus 33. Daria Payok. Nice spare for Martins. Payok at plus 32. Johnson at plus 31. Zavyalova is 33rd at plus 30. Jasmine Snell, 34th at plus 27. Stephanie Johnson is 35th at plus 25. Sydney Brumman is 36th at plus 24. Or Jen Higgins. Jen at minus 58 and 47. Still an outside chance. Just got to get on a roll here. Back to my man Charles's comment. Everything north of Peoria is a suburb of Chicago. That's funny. You're right, though, Charles. I've loosened up a little bit on that, but I was all about it. I specifically told my guy, Brandon Cariello, who was from Lake Park. Oh, no, he was from Itasca. I used to tell him all the time, man, stop saying you're from Chicago, bro. You're not. You're from Itasca. Itasca has its own population. I miss my man Brandon. Now living in LA. Crawley with a split in the 7th. And now back-to-back trouble for Verity. Good break there for Aaron, and that's a 3-bagger for Zuprinsky. We've seen, we saw the 4.67 made earlier by Amy Bruce. Maybe the 4.610 can bounce? Not this time. LJ knows what's up. She knows the score. She knows what game it is. This is that type of game where, you know, the game you expect the greats to have when they need it. And for Liz, it's expected. You know, certainly not struggling. You know, from her standards, you can say she's struggling. But she's right now the number, right? But it's not a Liz Johnson-esque day. And which I thought earlier, I said if the scores were going to be low, if it was going to be a grind, I would certainly expect Liz Johnson to be near the top of the standings. But even at this point, having an understanding of what's happening, she's giving herself a good opportunity to potentially, of course, she could have shot 270 at that point, but now still be looking in certainly 240, 250 range. And right now, if you shoot 250, that's probably like a minimum of 5 spots. It's like a junior gold type day where, you know, scores kind of low. If you happen to shoot a big game, you might zoom on up the leaderboard in a hurry. Wow. It's a good break, though, for Jin, but you can see how quickly that ball hooked off the hand of Jen Higgins. I think you got to be nice to it, as they say in the biz, in the bowling world at the bottom. Pattern is still flat. I think that's the key there to keep in mind. Nicole Bauer. I remember my first time, and I think it was my first time. Actually, it wasn't. It's not true. But I would say probably first time since college, bowling on the U.S. Open pattern in the previous rendition. One that you saw lots of, you know, lofting and whatnot. And it was in a summer league. Speaking of league bowling and bowling in the summer, we talked about that a little earlier. And it was a PBA sports shot league at the time, so they threw out every animal pattern. And I had just finished grad school, so I was around the team. And at this point, I was kind of back into bowling mode. I was bowling a few leagues, you know, just coming from school, so I was okay. I'm talking about I was averaging probably like 220, 225 on all of these patterns. And we got to that U.S. Open. 40 feet flat. Whew. Yikes. For 2 weeks straight. Just straight yikes. Terrible. Flat patterns, man. Bowl ties, so they get to break. Taylor has been out, let's see, this is 3 weeks in a row, I believe, for Taylor. Pretty sure she bowled in Cleveland. Maybe she didn't bowl. I really thought she bowled in Cleveland. The second week for Taylor. Crawley striking in the ninth and trying to make light of those 2 splits back to back. Zuprinsky. Takes care of business in the 8th. All right, Taylor will be in the 180s. Valerie Bercier has the front 6. We're on lanes 19 and 20. Colkin. 9 pin. Oh, get out of there for Zuprinsky. Wow. Well, at this point in the block, sometimes all you can say is, wow, just watching these bowling balls and where they're hooking. What a shot there for Higgins, though. Tell you, Jin is not out of it. Got to find a way, scratch and claw every piece of fingernail until game number 16 is in the books. You keep going. So this pair has developed a little rhythm. $205 for Culkin, 188 for Boltice. Liz Johnson, pardon me. Strike in the 8th, trying to set things up here in the 9th and maybe get to 250 plus. Oh, little Hall of Fame carry right there. 24-time PBA, or excuse me, PWBA champion. One-time PBA champion. Megan will take that break. That's a double in the 10th. Big shot coming up for Jen Higgins at minus 58. Push ball. Oh my goodness gracious. Are you kidding me? What in the world just happened? I mean, what just happened? That shot should have been 10 back. And she almost left a 7-9. Where did I feel like I just saw something like that. Maybe there's a video that has gone viral on social media, or someone left what looked to be, it should have been 10 back, and ends up being a 7, or excuse me, a 7-8. I beg your pardon, 7-8. I was ready to go full into my mode. That was the right moment for that. You build it up and you go, you call it, and then that happens. More importantly for Higgins, I mean, that takes 230 away. I'm not sure you could throw it better than what you just did. Those last two shots were excellent. So was that one from Crawley. She's going to keep the train moving. All aboard the Verity Crawley train. It's moving out, heading up the leaderboard, continuing to head up the leaderboard. The only thing she's producing here is strikes. Valerie Bercier has the front 8 on lanes 19 and 20. So Crawley this round. Has now gone, let's see, 235, 247, 257, 212, 214, 212. 1377 for 6 games. That is plus 177 this block. Oh, ho, ho. Knew it when she let it go, didn't she? And Liz Johnson is going to make her move here with just 2 left. She's going to get away from that cut number and move on up. Potentially to the east side. You know what they got on the east side? A deluxe apartment in the sky. We finally got a piece of the pie. If you know what classic television show those words I just spoke are from, please tell me in the chat. Somebody, come on. I know you know it. $255 for Liz Johnson. Valerie Bercier, front 9. My man, Charles, thank you. I am showing my age. But that is not it, Charles. James is correct. 19 and 20, Mike Dahl. 19 and 20. George and Wheezy. Mark, I could probably use another chicken sandwich. It's about that time for me to eat. I already ate. Well, I just ate about an hour ago at this point. But Charles, as you know, Good Times was a fantastic show as well. All right, nearing completion here on 23 and 24. Open frame there in the 10th for Bauer. Folks, if you can hear me now, notice a little small trend with our streaming device. And seems like every couple of hours it just does a quick little restart on its own. So if you've been watching the featured lanes of this channel and you see a quick little blip and you say, oh, the channel's off air, that's what it is. I tell you that to say that we're at the 2-hour point. So if you see that, just hit refresh for me and all will be well. And I'll work to solve whatever that issue is, hopefully soon. If you're just joining us, this is game 6 of 8 here in round number 2. Which makes it game 14 of 16 overall. My name is Emil Williams Jr. It is past 9 o'clock Central Time. Past 10 p.m. Eastern. Not yet, certainly, on the West Coast. You are watching the 2019 PWBA Lincoln Open. Good crowd on hand here at Sun Valley Lanes. I mentioned before, the front 9 over on 19 and 20, Valerie Bercier. If you want to check that out, please click on the lanes 19 through 22. That's the particular channel. .206 for Jen Higgins in a game that really should have been so much more. Terrible break on the right lane in the 9th. Oh, look at James coming in with the net working. Okay, James. I don't know what that means, but I'm very curious to find out. I have to have you send me an email or something. Valerie Bercier is up. 10th shot. Uh-oh. And Val said nope. Not quite ready to let that one go. We're just gonna bring it on back. I'm just gonna bring it on back. Looks like she actually went to change tape or adjust it, one or the other. She'll get reset. Again, that's on 19 and 20. Bercier, ball's on the lane. She did the right thing because that was 10 back, front 10 for Valerie. Ashley Galante on that same pair. And Galante in the standings. Front 11 for Bercier. High flush. And now the first opportunity as we reach 11. For perfection. Again, it's on 19 and 20. You actually want to see it go down. There'll be no commentary, but if you want to continue to just listen here, we'll give you the radio play-by-play. Bercier takes 3 practice swings as she always does prior to stepping on the approach. Steps up, set, now ball in hand. 1 practice swing, she's set, ready. On the lane for perfection. Oh my. And the 10 pin is clipped by the 6, and it does a little shimmy to the left and does not fall for $299. Wow. Hope you all saw that on 19 and 20. Wow. So no 300s. Unbelievable. You may have seen it at just a touch of the left side of your screen. That's just terrible. Oh, we've seen some tough breaks here at Sun Valley. Might have to talk to John about this. One thing's for sure about Valerie Bercier. And who do we talk to? We talked to Scott Pohl, actually mentioned this. Had him on for a little bit last week, and she would be one of the players Scott talked about in regards to breakouts and stuff like that. But really, he really liked her game, the fluidity of it. We knew she could bowl. There was no doubt about that. You make the show at the U.S. Women's Open, you can play. But, I mean, she is really, really good. I got some fresh scores handed to me. Game 7 of 8. Mike, I'll be sure to tell him that you said that specifically. I don't know him that well yet, so I'll make sure that I preface it by saying that Mike Dole said this. All right, Julia Bond, Jody Golick, Ashley Galante. Excuse me. Jody Golick, Ashley Galante, Stephanie Johnson, Valerie Bercier, and Julia Bond. There's JB. Early double. And on 25 and 26. Shannon O'Keefe, Jasmine Snell, Jody Westner, Christina Rosberg, and Daphne Tan. Richard still in the lead here. Plus 319. Danielle McEwen has moved into second at minus 183. Valerie Bercier now to third at plus 173. Erin McCarthy is fourth, plus 151. Sandra Gongora is fifth at plus 150. Verity Crawley continuing to move up the leaderboard, sixth now at plus 132. Steph J just can't get pins to fall. Julia Bond is seventh, plus 114. Missy Parkin eighth at plus 113. Jazriel Tan is ninth at plus 109. Shayna Ung is 10th at plus 107. Deandra Asbeatty 11th at plus 97. Take a look at again 32nd. You've already seen it at this point on the ticker, rolling through the bottom of the screen. There is a tie for 31st between Ashley Galante and Kayla Bandy, and those two would be in. Daphne Tan has struggled here this round. 172, 172, 214, 152, 193, 204. Shannon O'Keefe is on 236, 214 the last two games to get into the number. She was out 2 games ago. She is now 20th. Charles, that's a good point. I always wonder about the sophomore slump, but, you know, and you never know. You can always go either way, but with a game like that, just the physical talent alone, you wouldn't expect it certainly from Richard, and even if she were to struggle per se, first thing you would think would be her physical game. But I mentioned earlier she finished 5th and 13th, first 2 events in that order, and now leading here in Lincoln. And obviously we got a full Saturday of bowling to go, but you know, just the confidence portion, and depending on how it ends up here, But either way, she should go into the Queens certainly feeling good and obviously wanted to bowl well. And she bowled extremely well in her first event last year, which was the Queens. But she didn't win a match. And I know for a fact, obviously, not only she want to win the event, but winning a match certainly will be the goal there. I'm really looking forward to the Queens. It's always the Queens, the Masters, such a really cool event because of the format. It's obviously unique in that sense. 3 games total pins. So, you know, the 550 series sometimes win, the 730 sometimes lose. Oh, look at Don throwing in. The superlative type. I like it. I like it, Don. Postgraduate game. That's well said. Tour just keeps getting better and better. I think I'm gonna have to sit down for game 8. You ever stand for a little bit and you go, okay. All right, you had enough. Nice shot there for Golick. Jody, another player from suburban Chicago. Former McKendree University Bearcat. First, I guess, real introduction to Jody was the 2016 U.S. Women's Open, where she nearly overtook Liz Johnson for the final spot on the in the TV stepladder final. Golick was right there. Of course, Liz makes it and goes on to win the title. Rosberg, former Husker. Three out of 4 for Rosberg. Well, I'll tell you, it's only a matter of time. If Valerie bowls enough events, sometimes you only need a couple. Just ask Shayna Ung. Bowled 2 events, won 1 last year. Michael Danielle Vandermeer. If you haven't seen the pairing sheet, which is on the pwba.com/live site, or you can reach it in the 3rd tab where it says tournament information. If you didn't see it there, Vandermeer is on. She is on 9 and 10 currently. But you'll be able to watch her in game number 8 on 11 and 12. So 9 and 10 game 7, 11 and 12 game 8. I believe I read some standings to you, right? That sound right? Good people? You recall hearing some updated standings? If anyone has a question about maybe where their favorite player is and you haven't seen the standings or haven't updated them, I'd be happy to have a good convo and let you know where some of the players stand. Right now, Team Malaysia, we get 2 out of their 4 players in the round of 32. Shaolin Zulkifli is 26th. Lee Jane Sin is 13th. Jody Westner, 27th. And Jody had a nice week last week. She too is 2 for 2 in the as far as cuts made. She finished 29th in Cleveland. And made a run at the top 32 last week. Was close, got in, and then did some damage. Made a nice run. Oh, excuse me, no, it was a nice run to get to the top 12. And she ended up finishing 11th. Keith. Shannon with the first double here in game 7. Daphne Tan is 23rd. And hanging tough here at plus 47. Thanks, James. Be sure to check that out. Here is Tan. Take a look at a really good angle where she is playing the lanes on 25. A slow, deliberate approach, and boy, did that ball hook. Daphne and Sherry Tan are actually sisters. Jazrael Tan, of course, no relation. Speaking of Jazrael, though, Jazrael, Shayna Ung, 9th and 10th, respectively. Bernie Slim is 14th. See where Wei is, because she was up in the standings earlier, but then she ran into some trouble. So Wei right now is that first player out of the number at plus 23. And of course, Sherry Tan, or excuse me, Sherry Tan and Daphne Tan, 22nd and 23rd, respectively. So Singapore is trying to have all 6 of their members here in the round of 32, which certainly would be uncommon. It actually would be expected based on their history and performance on the PWBA Tour. Some folks already done with game 7, it looks like, on the low end of the building. Don't forget, folks, there is live scoring this week. Thanks to John Lucido. That Valerie Bercier shot there, pured and 10 back. Valerie Bercier shot that left a terrible 10 pin, also pured, but not 10 back. It's available social media. Check it out. Quick video recap of that here momentarily.
She was just talking about the last one. She'll be talking about that before. She doesn't get the ratio.
Charles with a question about Haley Richard. Oh, Charles? Haley is 48, 50, or minus 50. Going to need a couple of big games to have any chance of advancing. You can check her out if you'd like on if she's not on our one of our live streaming channels. You can check her score on the live scoring, which is available at pwba.com/live. Alicia Current is in a three-way tie for 27th place. at plus 34. She is on 21 and 22. She's in a tie with Jody Wessner and Diana Zavjalova. Wow, it's gonna be really close today. Through the first couple of events, this is definitely the lowest scoring event that a couple folks mentioned. Talked to Snelly this morning about that. I think I was still probably expecting to see the cut number be a negative number, which certainly has happened in the past. But the lanes, I believe, opened up just enough this morning to where that was taken out of play. It was a minus number for the first 5 games, or first 4 games, I think it was. Or the first 5, then it just went up after that. Oh, big break there for Daphne Tan. Because I talked about where she is in the standings, 23rd. Right now at plus 47. The way it's going, even if she strikes out, she's going to potentially be out of the number with a game left.
Gotta get it there. Gotta get around that hook spot.
I believe that was John telling someone, John Bercier, that they had to get it there and to get it around that hook spot. Tan gets the double. So at best, she can just give back 23 pins at best. Galante with trouble, but I got a good feeling about this. She might make this. She's got a chance. Galante is 31st in that tie with Kayla Bandy for the final spot at the moment, plus 24. So she too will be giving pins back. And it's going to be another race. What a shot there for JV. Julia Bond. One more, she'll be in the 220s. Stephanie Johnson. Minus 16 for Steph. Big shot there for Wessner. She can only get to 182, but every pin's so important. at this point. Again, Westner at plus 34. Certainly hope I'm around to, it is 2019, I'm 35 or 34 years old. I'll be 35 on June 20th. Got about 40 days left. But I certainly hope I'm around and still involved. I do plan to be involved in our sport. To watch players like Julia Bond and Jordan Richard and Jasmine Mason and Jackie Evans, those players, and even, and I'm talking about, folks that, players that have just graduated or within a year of just graduating, have come out and bowled on tour. The Giselle Posses of the world, our young players representing our various countries internationally. Even the players who, some of them certainly now just thinking ahead, but if you think about what the future holds for this tour, for those players, well, the Hall of Fame ceremony coming up on Wednesday. First one in 16 years. You just sit back and you say, wow, I really hope I'm around. To see how many championships or titles that Julia Bond is going to win or have in 20 years. And Jasmine Mason, and as we just talked about, Jackie Evans and Jordan Richard and Sydney Brummett and whoever else is going to come out and graduate. Oh, the 10 pin goes now for Valerie. Come on. This final game, we've got a lot of players involved for final few spots, I should say. Jody Westner shoots 168, and certainly not at the time that she was hoping for. She's going to be at +2. Speaking of Westner, Alicia Curran shot 223. She's still going to be in the number. Ashley Galante is about to finish things up. She could be looking at +7 with 3 in the 10th. That's not right. Oh, that is right. Jasmine Snell shot 216. She was tied for 34th at +22. She was actually tied with Danielle Vandermeer, someone was talking about. Best Galante now can do is shoot 173. And now she will be potentially at -3. .168 for Galante, and she is out of the number with 1 left. It's going to be a race to the round of 32. Who will be in that race? And eventually, who's going to cross the finish line? That's where we're going to find out in just one moment. Game number 8 of round 2, game number 16 overall before we cut it down to the top 32 players. Jen Russo, Shayna Ung, Rebecca Martin, Deandra Asbeatty, and Linda Walbaum, along with Alicia Current. And on 25 and 26, Jody Golick, Ashley Galante, Stephanie Johnson, Valerie Bercier, Julia Bond. They move 1 pair to the right. Back with you here in a second here on Bowl TV. All right. Final game of the day. Let's take a look at the scores here after 15 games of qualifying today. Jordan Richard has been steady throughout. And she is going to be your leader into the round of 32 tomorrow. Okay, let's run through them again. Richard leading the way, plus 322. Danielle McEwen second at plus 199. Valerie Bercier third at plus 185. Aaron McCarthy fourth, plus 149. Tie for fifth, Verity Crawley. Incredible stuff today. She has her first block already beaten. She's got 1582 for 7 this round. She had 1555 for 8 in round 1. She is tied for 5th with Julia Bond. Lindsay Boomershine is 7th at plus 133. Sandra Gungor 8th at plus 132. Shayna Ung 9th at plus 130. And Liz Johnson went from being 32nd at one point to now 10th. 22 spots in 2 games. Told you today was like junior gold. And if you never bowled junior gold, let me expand on that just a touch briefly. Actually, I'll get back to that. 32nd is Daphne 10 at plus 22. Junior gold, top-notch, obviously top-notch youth event. It is the national event, certainly. National youth event. And Junior Team USA spots are available. But there are a lot of athletes participating. And so if you, at least back in my day, and it's still kind of similar, but, you know, a day like today where, you know, scores are relatively lower, if you happen to shoot a couple big games, it's going to move you up the leaderboard quickly. That's what happened with Liz Johnson. Literally from 32nd at 10. All right, other players just outside the number. Rebecca Whiting from Australia, plus 15. Summer Jasmine, who had a really nice day earlier, was plus 80. Has fallen out of the number. She is 34th at plus 12. Justine Falbo was plus 19 earlier today as well, or I should say plus. Falls to plus 8. She's 35th. Karen Marcano is nearby. She is in 36th at plus 7. Jody Westner down to plus 2 in 37th place. Can't wait to hear Nick's recap about this particular pattern here. A lot of good players this week who will miss out on a check. Wei Finn, couple of 6 counts on the left lane. She's over on 19 and 20. Wei trying to hang in there. She's 29th at plus 37. Olivia Sandham is 30th at plus 34. Brianna Cote is 31st at plus 27. Daphne Tan again the number at plus 22. Deandra Asbeatty got to be careful here. She is plus 59. Curran is 25th at plus 57. Wow. Huh. Sandham is trying to make sure she stays in the number at plus 34. She is 30th. Summer Jasmine trying to make a run here. She is on 17 and 18. Jody Westner is on the front 6, by the way. Jasmine is going spare 3-bagger, or excuse me, spare 4-bagger, and has left a 7-pin in frame number 6. On 27 and 28. Speaking of Westner, that is, so you can go watch her if you'd like. Gigi trying to finish strong on 21 and 22. Good week of learning for the Rook. In one of those weeks for a couple people, Kelly Kulick included in that. She is going to miss the round of 32 this week. Jody just left the Greek church and the 7th, but all is not lost at this moment. Still be looking at 260 plus. Way finally figured out a way to strike on the left lane. That led to a double for Wei Fin New. Or New Wei Fin, I beg your pardon. Just kind of scouring the lanes to see who might be making that last run. Daphne 10 just threw an excellent shot at frame 8. And she wrapped a 10 pin. Galante, as you see here, and 39th, again, -8 is Galante. What was it? Ashley made a couple runs, what, a couple weeks ago? Both weeks, I think, to get into the round of 32. She finished 27th and 28th, respectively. Jody Westner spared in the 8th. If you are scoring at home, she's on 27 and 28. So best she can do now is shoot 251. And right now, that would put her at plus 53, and that would be in. I think if she can get in the 240s, speaking of Jody Western, strike in the 9th and the 1st and the 10th, I think would solidify a spot for Jody. All right, folks, nearing the end of the day. Who wants a reigning PWBA Player of the Year autographed program? Who wants that? That's what's up for grabs. As we near the end of our day 1 coverage. 2019 PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes. Well, you never know. Right now, Karen Marcano at +7. She can only get to 215. Valerie Bercier, she's got a spare 5-bagger, but she's going to be in. Way has made the right moves on lane 19. And she has gotten herself a 4-bagger. That's a huge shot for Asbeatty. Again, Deandra at +59. I think she can only afford to give away I'm going to say 25 pins. That's my guess here. Congrats, Kim. All right, you saw a little bit of Jody Westner up here on the right side of your screen. Went 8 spare in the 9th. Now best she can do is get to 239. I would feel pretty solid about plus 37 if Jody can get there. She's at plus 2. I think a double here in the 10th gets her in. Speaking of Jody Westner. I don't know what Summer just picked up, but it didn't look good from this angle. And it was a split of some kind. So Jasmine can get to 237. Summer Jasmine, that is. Just saw some good claps here for Jasmine Snell. Snell is plus 38. She is in the number currently. And let's see, she's got 196 left. That's her max score. Her and Jody on the same pair. Westner is up, by the way, on 27 and 28. I think a double would do it. That's one. Westner right now with 219 in the books. 2 shots left. And at plus 2. Jody right now at plus 21. Back score 239 for Westner. If she doesn't strike here, she can spare Mark to get to 229. High flush for Westner. That's a double, and that should be enough. But you never know. That's why you try to get all 3 in the 10th, because it may come in handy. There is some good bowling happening. Talked about Summer Jasmine, for example, and Summer was plus 12. Daphne Tan needs them all too. And now Tan, with a strike in the 9th, the double in the 10th, all on the same pair. Tan, Westner, and Jasmine Snell. $239 for Westner. She's going to get to plus 41. Nicely done. Nice break for Asbeatty in the 9th frame. I think if she just marks in the 10th, even if that means she loses 5 pins, that should do it. Alicia Curran on the 3-bagger. She looks to be safe. Daphne Tan has made the shots. She was the number coming in. She adds 11 to her score. She's at plus 33. It's going to be close. Summer Jasmine over on 17 and 18. Summer Jasmine has struck on the first shot in the 10th frame. So some of the numbers we have right now. Jody Western at plus 41, Daphne Tan at plus 33, Shalyn Zulkifli at plus 26, Rihanna Cote at plus 24. Justine Falbo still in the mix at plus 8. She's at she can get to 217. Jasmine shot 226. Summer Jasmine, 226. All right, Asbeatty makes the spare in the 10th. And that should be enough to remain inside the number. Jasmine Snell, meanwhile, strike would put her at 185. Olivia Sandham. In the 10th frame. Best she can do is shoot 177. So for Olivia, that is going to do it. It was a very nice moment that was off camera with members of Team Singapore just kind of rallying around Daphne Tan. Golick shoots a 186. But Jody's going to be in. She'll be okay. This is this is something else. So Galante, I think the last player bowling. I think this is a must-strike situation for Galante. Uh-oh. Oh, 3-6. Galante was 39th. And now can only get to +4. At the moment, it could be Cote at +24. Who could be the number? And that'll do it.
To the PWBA Lincoln Open. Give us a few moments. We'll verify the scores.
Galante out to
We'll
+4.
announce who will advance to round 3. Our top 32 will advance. So ladies, please add up those score sheets as quickly as you can and turn them into the tournament office behind the lanes 11 and 12.
The cut number certainly up next. A lot of folks, hey, good night all. Appreciate you joining us all day. Hey, thanks, Charles. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Congratulations. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Didn't see it. Didn't see it, James. The Waz checking in this week. Thanks, Waz. Sal, have a good night. Scotty, thank you. James, standings will be up, certainly by the top of the hour for sure. Appreciate everyone tuning in. It was a fun day. A lot of good interactions in the chat today. Again, we believe, and shout out to my man Aaron Smith, always crunching numbers at this time. We believe right now it's Brianna Cote who snagged the final spot at plus 24. That's who we believe. We'll see if the scores indicate the same. That is so true, Waz. Mark, I'm going to try my hardest to do that. James, yes, she did. That has been, I feel it's been the first 3 weeks, at least 2, that Jody has really made runs at, I think last week it was the round of 12. That she ran that number down. Today was the round of 32, and Miss Wessner has made it 3 for 3. Again, I said last week, you know, again, in our role, my job here as a broadcaster in general, you're always supposed to be objective, unless of course you work for a team, right? And we all know how it goes. But there are certain players that, you know, you see them all the time. You can't help at some point to say, hey, it's her time. And I really think Jody Wessner, long overdue. And I think she's going to get it done this week or this year at some point. And so the way she's been bowling so far and making runs, you know, all that kind of stuff builds confidence. And it's hard out here to make a cut. I think people think it's, I'm not saying that folks think it's easy, because, you know, people are smarter than that. But it's difficult to make the round of 32, especially with, you know, 16 games in a day. You know, and these are you know, top flight athletes here. These are the best in the world at what they do on the lanes. And it's just, you're not going to make it sometimes. So when it comes down to, you know, 8 people for a spot, it's serious. Jordan Richard is being interviewed. We'll have a interview recap with her about her big day on the lane. She is your leader.
You only have 3 balls? It's always fun to have a boy first. Would you guys just find out what it looks like right now? Good luck tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, I only brought out these then. Oh, okay. Aaron, where'd you end up? Tequila! Tequila! Go. Tequila and vodka. Go to a bar. Yeah, go to a bar. I'll give you money. Go to the bar. I'm like half an hour late. I got out of the regional. So
Folks, if you're still here, we're just waiting for the cut number to be announced, and actually it's on the way. Tennille Milligan with that director of operations walk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have our top 32. Our tournament leader at plus 316 is Jordan Richard. Qualifying second, Valerie Bercier. In third, Danielle McEwen. Qualifying fourth, Sandra Gongora at plus 187. In fifth, Erin McCarthy. Qualifying sixth, Shayna Ung. In seventh, Julia Bond at plus 133. Qualifying eighth, Liz Johnson. In ninth, Jazreel Tan. Qualifying 10th, Verity Crawley at plus 95. In 11th, Liz Culkin. 12th place is Lindsay Boomershine. In 13th is Katie Thornton. Qualifying 14th is Stephanie Schwartz. In 15th at plus 77 is Daria Payok. Qualifying and as a tie in 16th and 17th at plus 75 is Shannon O'Keefe and New Wei Fen. In 18th, Josie Barnes. 19th, Alicia Curran. 20th, Deandra Asbady at plus 54. And tie for 21st and 22nd at plus 53 is Jody Golick and Dasha Kovalova. 23rd is Missy Parkin. And 24th, Diana Zavialova. Qualifying 25th, Bernice Lim at plus 47. 26th is Lee Jane Sin. 27th, Jody Westner. Qualifying 28th, Summer Jasmine. 29th, Sherry Tan. And 30th, we have Daphne Tan at plus 33. 31st qualifier, Shalyn Zulkifli. And our 32nd qualifier at plus 24 is Brianna Cote. Those are your top 32 ladies that will return tomorrow morning for round 3 at 9 a.m. Ladies, roll call in the locker room at 8:30. And we just want to say thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Good night, everyone. Be safe and be good.
All right, folks, there it is. Plus 24 is your number. Plus 24 is your number. It goes up 2 pins. And the final game, plus 24, Brianna Cote will have bonus bowling. Tomorrow's round of 32. Well, that'll do it for us. A long day, but always eventful. And I appreciate you all joining us as well. Big thanks to our tournament staff, Tennille Milligan, Kathy Wadka, Kathy Kavicki. Big thanks to Aaron Smith and Curtis Von Kruger. And my man back at the ranch in the Bowl TV studios, Brent Houghton, for all of his hard work and getting some folks situated in the chat. Good giveaways today, some great trivia questions, and we'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow morning. Competition begins at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern Time in the round of 32. 8 games, and then we will cut to the top 12 for the round of 12, and obviously the stepladder finals tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So for all involved, and special thanks to Sun Valley Lanes, John Lucido, Paul Hawthorne, and everyone involved here. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll see you in the morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern, or 10 a.m. Eastern for the PWBA Lincoln Open round of 32. We'll see you. Good night.